There are some cables. You say what? The cable. Wait. Where's the Welcome, of course, still continuing as we are about to kick off with the major engagement, the Zambezi Regional Memorial Service that's about to kick off there as well. As you can see on the screen, you've just seen Heather Simbunga, the Deputy Minister, just getting ready as she will be the Master of Ceremonies for the program today at Zambezi Region. I'm Ricardo Gnagosep. I'll be with you from now until the end of the memorial service. Thank you very much, of course, to my colleague Lok Namonomata for being with you throughout this morning. That's, of course, to just cover the exit from the Rundu and now, of course, arrival at Katima Mulilo as well. Still in the studio joining with me here is Colonel Shilumbu, who's the head of public relations at the Namibia Defense Force. Colonel, so far, of course, I think particularly today, we've had a really, really smooth transition movement on time from Rundu coming into Katima Mulilo.
Yes, you put it right. The procession has arrived on time. So we are also expecting the program to kick off immediately. So what we are waiting currently is to see the band and the quarter guard leading the procession into the AU, the national anthem and AU anthem. And then from there, the director of ceremonies will take over. So the bearers and pallbearers has already placed the casket at the designated position. And immediately the visual guards, they also took up their position under the guidance of Colonel Shilongo, who is the commanding officer of Recognizes Battalion or Recognizes Regiment.
Well, of course, so far we have, just to take a look at the program quickly, just to take you through briefly what you can expect. The program will be led by Honorable Heather Sibongo, Deputy Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, and Mr. Alfred Ilukena, the veteran of the liberation struggle. They will be the ones, of course, to be the Master of Ceremonies. And then we'll have the message on behalf of the veterans of the liberation struggle by Honorable Dr. Richard Nchabi Kamwi. And then the main message for today, the keynote address, will be delivered on behalf of the Chief Mourner today by Honorable Erastus Utoni, Minister of Urban and Rural Development. So he has the responsibility now to be the one, of course, that will deliver the address on behalf of that. But for now, let's quickly cross over to the main podium so that we can hear from Honorable Sibunga, who is, of course, the one that's leading the ceremonies alongside Alfred Ilukena, who is, of course, a veteran in the liberation struggle. Let's quickly cross over and hear from the main stage there in Zambezi at the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex.
Members of Parliament, Honorable Lawrence Sampofu, Governor of Zambezi Region, and other governors present, Honorable Matengu Simushi, Chairperson of the Regional Council, and other chairperson present, Honorable Pendukeni Itana, Deputy Chairperson of Sam Nujoma Foundation, former Cabinet Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Regional and Local Authority Councillors, Honorable John Ntemwa, Mayor of Katima, Mulilo Town, respected chiefs from all 4 traditional authorities, distinguished service chiefs and all men and women in uniform, Commissioner Alex Namenta from the Republic of Zambia and Entourage, Madam Regina Ndopu Luvinda, Chief Regional Officer, Father Jenny, Roman Catholic Church Father, Priest, and religious leaders present, senior government officials, captains of industry present, fellow countrymen, women and children, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. It is at this moment that it's not a normal gathering that we are gathered here today. We gather here to celebrate the remarkable life of our founding father, Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma. His journey on this earth may have come to an end, but the legacy he left behind will forever illuminate our path. Without wasting time, I'll call upon Honorable Matengu Simushi, Chairperson of the Regional Council, Councillor of Katima Rural, and President of Alan, to give us the welcoming remarks. Honorable Simushi. As he advanced to the podium, Roman Catholic, get ready once he's done delivering the welcoming remarks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Hidas Bungo Mwiza, the Director of the Proceedings. Let me recognize Honorable Erastus Utoni, Minister of Urban and Rural Development, representing the Chief Mourner, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia. The Nujoma and Kovambo family representatives, Honorable Pendukeni Imvola Itana, former Minister of Home Affairs, Safety and Security. Honorable Dr. Richard Kamwi Nchabi, former Minister of Health and Social Services. Honorable Stanley Simata, former Minister of Information. Honorable Bernard Sivalatani, former Chairperson of the National Council and Councillor for Katima Urban Constituency. Honorable Deputy Minister James Sankwasa, former Deputy Minister of Works and Transport. Honorable retired Colonel Lawrence Alufea Sampofu, the Governor of the Zambezi Region. Your Worship, the Mayor of Katima, Mulilo Town, Honorable John Ntemwa, Honorable Simata Mbonda, the Chairperson of Vukalo Village Council, Honorable Regional and Local Authority Councillors, both Katima, Mulilo Town and the Vukalo Village Council, Air Marshal Martin Pinas, Professor Kenneth Matengu, UNAM Vice Chancellor, Comrade Dorothy Kabula, Simushi Swapo Party Acting Regional Coordinator. Madam Regina Ndopulvinda, the Chief Regional Officer of Zambezi. Dr. Kakambi Mafuila, UNAM Campus Director, Katima Mulilo. Brigadier General Kopas Luzungila. Commissioner Andrea Shilelo, the Regional Commander of Nampol in Zambezi Region. Lieutenant Colonel Julius Kamwi, Commander 261 Battalion, Zambezi. Honorable Alex Namenda, District Commissioner, Sesheke, Republic of Zambia. A veteran of the liberation struggle, former planned combatants, children of the liberation struggle, Father James George of Roman Catholic Church, and all church representatives who are present here today, members of the media, captains of industry, fellow mourners. On the 8th of February 2025, the Namibian nation and the entire world raised to a sad news on the passing away of one of our own freedom fighter, leader of the Namibian liberation struggle, iconic legendary figure, a revolutionary leader, the first president of the Republic of Namibia, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, the father of the Namibian nation, His Excellency, Dr. Sam Safshuna Nujoma, was no more. While we, the sons and daughters of Zambezi region, joins the rest of the countrymen and women of Namibia, we are mourning today alongside our brothers and sisters from the Republic of Angola, Botswana, Zambia, and Zimbabwe, and the rest of the world. The country that played a significant role in making sure that our country become independent. In paying homage to our dear departed founding president, the father of the Namibian nation, His Excellency, Dr. Sam Safshuna Nujoma, we console ourselves knowing that our departed national leader had run his race and performed all his mission with distinction. Dear mourners, having said this, allow me to extend our sincere welcome to the Nujoma Kondombolo family representatives, the Chief Mourner, Honorable Erastus Utoni, as delegated by His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, our foreign dignitaries, and all fellow mourners gathered here. Fellow mourners, as we pay our last respect to the man whose bravery and leadership during our country's long and bitter struggle for our independence, the role he played in guiding and shaping the future of our country, we take pride and appreciate the immense and unparalleled contribution he made in building a united nation out of the previous segregated and unjust societies. Dr. Nujoma was a real blessing to the people of Namibia. His vision for a united nation was supported by his introduction of the policy of national reconciliation and his support for people-centered progressive national constitution that remains admired worldwide. As we reflect on his profound impact, let us carry forward his dream of prosperous Namibia, where every citizen can thrive. Dear monarchs, the residents of the Zambezi region, indeed, they are happy in bringing the remains of our founding father to this region. As you are aware, during the liberation struggle, people were going outside to fight and liberate this country, used the Zambezi region. Either you go via Zambia, you go via Botswana, they used the Zambezi region. Through the leadership of Dr. Sam Shafshuna Nujoma, by then, Brendan Simbaye Kangongolo from this particular region, Zambezi, was the first vice president of the Swapo Party. Are you aware that in the past there was Opo and Kanu, which came together and agreed that the former Swapo vice president Brendan Simbaye Kangongolo should be the vice president of the Swapo Party. And that is why this particular region is significant. So we need definitely to honor that, and we are very much excited at the region to come and mourn our father, the father of the Namibian nation, a revolutionary leader who will never be forgotten. His memories will live with his memories. Once again, I welcome you all, fellow mourners, to this sad event in the Zambezi region, Katima, Mulilo, as we celebrate the life of a great Pan-Africanist, a gallant. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and President of ARC, Roman Catholic. I'm advised after Roman Catholic, Father Janice won't make it due to other commitments. Pastor Masasa will lead us in devotion and prayer after the Roman Catholic. It seems Father Janice have arrived. Pastor Masasa, forgive us. Father Janice will take the proceeding after the Roman Catholic.
Ikwali alimu Honorable Rastus Utoni, Minister of Urban and Rural Development and representative of the Chief Mourner, and all the protocols observed. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we gather here today with grateful hearts to honor the life and legacy of the founding father of Namibia. We thank you for the gift of his vision, courage, and unwavering commitment to the freedom and unity of the nation. As we remember his contributions, we also lift up our hearts in gratitude for the journey he led us on toward independence and peace. Lord, we ask that your presence be with us as we reflect on the past, giving thanks for all that has been accomplished through the sacrifices of our founding father. May we be inspired to continue his work in building a country that is strong, just, and compassionate. With this prayer in mind, let us prepare ourselves to listen to the word of God. A reading from the Holy Gospel according to St. John. Now, when Jesus came, he found that Lazarus had already been in the tomb 4 days. Bethany was near Jerusalem, about 2 miles off, and many of the Jews had come to Martha and Mary to console them concerning their brother. So, when Martha heard that Jesus was coming, he went and met him. But Mary remained seated in the house. Martha said to Jesus, Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. But even now I know that whatever you ask from God, God will give you. Jesus said to her, your brother will rise again. Martha said to him, I know that he will rise again in the resurrection on the last day. Jesus said to her, I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me, though he die, yet shall he live. And everyone who lives and believes in me shall never die. The Gospel of the Lord. My dear brothers and sisters in Jesus Christ, we are gathered here for 3 reasons. First of all, we thank God for the beautiful gift of long life given to our beloved founding father. Secondly, we are here to pray for him and to commend his soul to our Heavenly Father. Thirdly, we are here to receive the grace of consolation and strength from God and from his people gathered together for this memorial service. In fact, we remember, we regret, and we rejoice at this moment. We remember our beloved founding father with love and gratitude. We regret his irreparable loss, and we rejoice at his heavenly reward of eternal glory, which God is giving him for his life, for faith, and for all his good works in this life. As we are gathered here, we pray for the leaders and the citizens of Namibia, that they may be guided by the principles of love, unity, and peace that our founding father upheld. May his example of selflessness and service to the people inspire us all to live with honor, dignity, and purpose. Let's pray to God so that he may grant us the wisdom to continue to work towards the future he dreamed of, a future where all Namibians live in harmony, prosperity, and freedom. And as we come together today, may we be reminded of the strength we have as a united people, bound by the common hope and vision that has shaped this nation. In your holy name, we pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, Pastor George. While today may seem like an end, we recognize that it marks the beginning of a new in our memories, where our founding father's light will forever guide us. I'll call upon Honorable Pendukeni Ivula Itana to give us the eulogy of our founding father. Honorable Itana.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. Comrade Mutoni, Minister of Urban and Rural Development, standing in as the Chief Mourner on behalf of His Excellency our President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba family members here present, the leadership of the region, of the Zambezi region, the traditional authority councillors here present, Dear monarchs, all protocols observed. We are all gathered here this afternoon to mourn the legend who has fallen, the last of the founding fathers of the independence of the African states, a generation that has come to an end. My name is Pendukeni Vulaitana, Vice Chairperson of the Sam Nujoma Foundation. I'm tasked to read the eulogy of His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma. On the 9th of February 2025, Namibia woke up to the sad news that the founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, was no more, as he passed on the 8th of February 2025. The whole nation was saddened and devastated by that news. The name Sam Nujoma is a household name. It symbolizes our resilience in the crucible of our national liberation struggle for freedom and independence. Founding president was the epitome and embodiment of our liberation struggle. The world came to know Namibia through him and Swapo, which he led for 47 years. In Namibia's first democratic elections for a constituent assembly in 1989, Swapo won the elections. After the adoption of the Namibian Constitution on the 9th of February 1990, President Sam Nujoma was unanimously elected by the National Assembly as the first president of the Republic of Namibia on the 16th of February 1990. On the 21st of March 1990, President Nujoma was sworn in as the first president of the Republic of Namibia by the United Nations Secretary General Javier Perez de Cuellar, and declared, and I quote, "Our nation blazed the trail to freedom. It has arisen to its feet. As of today, we are the masters of this vast land of our ancestors. The destiny of this country is now fully in our own hands. We should therefore look forward to the future with confidence and hope." It must be noted that Namibia, having endured years of colonialism, it became imperative to stabilize our newly acquired democracy. Thus, in 1999, the Parliament of Namibia amended the Constitution to allow President Nujoma to run a third and final term in office, given that in his first term he was not elected by direct universal suffrage by the people of Namibia. Through his leadership, Swapo adopted the policy of national reconciliation, amplifying one of Swapo's popular slogans, under the motto, One Namibia, One Nation. And in Nujoma's inaugural presidential speech, and I quote, "Taking the destiny of our country in our own hands meant, among other things, making a great effort to forge a national identity based on common resolve and unity of purpose and action, as well as setting for ourselves higher standards of equality, justice, and opportunity for all our people, irrespective of color, race, ethnicity, or place of origin," end of quote. Consequently, under his leadership, he successfully united all Namibians into a peaceful, tolerant, and democratic society governed by the rule of law. In recognition of his dedication and selfless sacrifice to the national liberation struggle and nation building, the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia enacted a legislation conferring on him the status of founding father of the Namibian nation in 2005 through an Act of Parliament, Act 16 of 2005. As a true Democrat, President Nujoma stepped down as head of state on the 21st of March 2005, handing over the reins of power to his successor, His Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba. As would be expected, President Nujoma also stepped down as president of the Swapo Party after 47 years of service to the Namibian people. His legacy and contribution as a commander-in-chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia plan will forever be engraved in the history of our great nation. President Nujoma also served as the leader of the Swapo Party for 47 years and the only commander-in-chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia plan, Swapo's military wing. After 47 years at the helm of the Swapo Party, President Nujoma also stepped down as president of the Swapo Party on the 30th of November 2007, handing over the reins of power to his successor, His Excellency Comrade Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba. In recognition of his outstanding work, selfless sacrifice, and unwavering commitment and service to humanity, he was bestowed the title of Leader of the Namibian Revolution by the Swapo Party's 4th Congress of 2007. Dear mourners, the duty of telling a life story of a person of such a stature can be a daunting task. Having placed Nujoma's journey and accomplishments ahead of Genesis could be considered as unorthodox, I now wish to reflect his birth and upbringing. Our founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, was born on the 12th of May, 1929, at a Tunda village in Zambezi Region in the northwestern part of Namibia, to Tatekulu Daniel Utoni Nujoma and Kukuhelvi Mpingana Kondombolo. President Nujoma's parents and grandfather and many generations before them were born in Ukwambi district and were both from the royal families of that region. President Nujoma was the firstborn in a family of 11 siblings in the following order: Sam Shafishuna, Maria Nandigolo, Frida Nanjala, Sophia Napopie, Hiskia Asino, Munoshisho, Noah Malima, Stephanus Omagano, David Elago, Elia Shivute, and the last born, Julia Namkua. His sister Maria was born immediately after him. Unfortunately, she died when she was just a child. There were four males actually. President Nujoma himself, Tate Hiskia Nujoma, Tate Noah Nujoma, and Elia Nujoma. Meme Sophia Asino ne Nujoma and Meme Frida Shikongo ne Nujoma are now also late. As the eldest son, President Nujoma had to look after his siblings, even carrying the little ones on his back. Like all boys of those days, he also looked after his parents' livestock and assisted with home chores, including cultivating millet, as known also as mahangu in the local language. His upbringing nurtured him, nature in him, a sense of culture, and in his own words, a nation without culture is like a tree without roots. President Nujoma received his primary education from Okahao Finnish Mission School from 1937 to 1945. In 1946, he moved to the coastal town of Walvis Bay to live with his aunt, Meme Julia Gephardt. The following year, at the age of 17, he got his first employment in a store where he was earning a monthly salary of 10 shillings. It was in Walvis Bay that he got exposed to modern world politics when he met soldiers from Argentina, Norway, and other parts of Europe who had been brought to Walvis Bay during World War II. At the beginning of 1949, President Nujoma went to live in Windhoek with his uncle Hiskia Kondombolo after the passing on of his aunt Meme Julia Gephardt Nanjule, and started working for the South African Railways. During this period, he attended adult night school at St. Barnabas in the Windhoek Old location. He further studied for his junior certificate through correspondence at the Trans-Africa Correspondence College in South Africa. On the 6th of May, 1956, President Nujoma got married to Madame Kovambo Theopoldine Kashimune, who was born on the 10th of March, 1933 in Windhoek. They had four children: Utoni Daniel Nujoma, who was born in 1952, John Deshipanda Nujoma, born in 1955, Zakaria Nefungo, born in 1957, and a daughter Nelago, who was born in 1959. Sadly, Nelago passed away when she was 18 months old, when President Nujoma was already in exile. With a deep passion for politics and yearning to see his people free from the restricted pass law system and confinement according to ethnic groupings, President Nujoma resigned from the South African Railway in 1957 at the age of 29. He did so with the purpose of devoting his time to politics. As he would later tell us, and I quote, Namibia is our God-given gift country. We have no other one but Namibia, and we have to be there. Those who are trying to stand in our way to freedom, it is obvious we will smash them to pieces. Whether Botha or Reagan want it or not, Namibia shall be free. We will seize it from the hands of the Boers. End of quote. Dear mourners, Namibia's revolution has many chapters. On the 2nd of August 1957, Comrade Herman Toivo Toivo and others in Cape Town formed the Ovamboland People's Congress, OPC. President Nujoma received a copy of OPC Constitution, and on the 19th of April 1959, he formed the Ovamboland People's Organization, OPO, together with Jacob Kuhangwa in Windhoek, when Comrade Toivo had been deported to the then Ovamboland. In the same year, President Nujoma was elected as the president of OPO, the forerunner to Swapo. At that time, the idea of Southwest Africa politics was still developing from 1947, when Chief Hosea Kutako, the paramount chief of the Herero people, was visited by Reverend Michael Scott, who worked as a British clergyman with the Anglican Church in South Africa and spoke genuinely to the indigenous people as equals. Reverend Michael Scott became the first link of the indigenous people with the outside world and helped to start the long struggle for Southwest Africa freedom and independence by demanding the end of the South African colonial occupation and placing the then Southwest Africa under the UN trusteeship system. Through this, President Nujoma petitioned the United Nations in the late 50s, together with Chief Hosea Kutako, Samuel Vetboy, Theophilus Hamtumbangela, Andimba Toivo Toivo, and Andiba Toivo Toivo. Consequently, President Nujoma, together with the Wachia Kaukwetu of Swano and Moses Garweb and others, organized resistance against the forcible removal of the inhabitants of the old location to the new township of Katutura, which was based on the apartheid policy of tribal and racial segregation. This culminated in the massacre of 12 innocent people and wounding many others on the 10th of December 1959. Among those massacred was Anna Kakruka de Mangunda. After the massacre, President Nujoma was arrested and charged for organizing the resistance as the president of OPO, and was instrumental in mobilizing the workers to join OPO. By the directive of the OPO leadership and in collaboration with Chief Hosea Kutako, he went into exile on the 1st of March 1960 via the then British Botswanaland Protectorate. With the assistance of Daniel Munabava, President Nujoma crossed the borders into Botswanaland. From Botswanaland, he proceeded into southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, then into northern Rhodesia, now Zambia, and then into Tanganyika, now the United Republic of Tanzania. He then went through Kenya and Sudan, and in April 1960, he arrived in Accra, Ghana. While in Accra, there was a positive action conference in progress, organized by President Kwame Nkrumah, against the French government's testing of atomic bomb in the Sahara Desert at the time when the Algerians were fighting for their independence. President Nujoma later attended the All African People's Conference organized by President Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, where he also met Patrice Lumumba and Joseph Kasavubu from the Congo, as well as Frantz Fanon, representing the Algerian National Liberation Front, FRN. President was a strong proponent of Pan-Africanism, and he told that, and I quote, "Without concrete and sustained peace and stability, Africa's economic growth and poverty eradication will remain an unfulfilled dream. They will make our promises empty and a betrayal to the African masses. We must act collectively to nurture their hopes and make their dreams come true." End of quote. After Ghana, President Sam Nujoma proceeded to Liberia and finally reached the United States of America in June 1960, where he joined late Murumba Kerina, who was already in New York with Reverend Michael Scott, appearing before the UN Committee on Southwest Africa. He then petitioned before the UN Fourth Committee of the General Assembly, demanding the end of South African colonial administration over Southwest Africa. Other Namibians who petitioned at the time were Reverend Marcus Copper from Hoganas, Hans Bukes, and Ismail Fortune. Moses Garweb and Zedekia Ngavirwe reached the United Nations the following year in 1961. They all acted as a group and not as representatives of different parties. Meanwhile, OPO was renamed the Southwest Africa People's Organization, SWAPO, on the 19th of April 1960, and President Nujoma was elected as the president of the movement in absentia. Early in January 1961, President Nujoma returned to Africa after he spent 6 months in New York and started to open SWAPO's external offices starting in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. At the beginning of March 1961, President Nujoma attended the third All-African People's Conference in Cairo, Egypt, which was hosted by President Gamal Abdel Nasser. President Nujoma requested President Nasser to offer the opportunity for military training to SWAPO members, and Nasser assured him of such opportunities. During the course of the conference, President Nujoma met a representative from the Yugoslav government who invited him to Belgrade to meet President Josip Broz Tito. He later attended the formation of the non-aligned movement in Belgrade in 1961. That same year, President Mwalimu Kambarage Nyerere, Julius Nyerere, formed the Pan-African Freedom Movement of East, Central, and Southern Africa, known as PAFMEXA, which played an important role by uniting the African liberation movements. In May 1963, President Nujoma went to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to witness the formation of the Organization of African Unity, OAU. The OAU was formed by 32 African states. Later, the OAU set up the African Liberation Committee, the AU's Committee for the Liberation of Africa, with headquarters in Dar es Salaam. The same year, President Nujoma opened SWAPO's office in Algiers at the time of of the invitation of Ahmed Ben Bella, the first Prime Minister of independent Algeria. President Nujoma used that opportunity to lobby for military assistance to Swapo. He was then given 4 weapons, 2 Pepeshas, some machine guns, and 2 Tete pistols with spare magazines, which he carried in a bag all the way from Algeria to Dar es Salaam. With those weapons, Swapo was able to launch the first action of armed liberation struggle on the 26th of August 1966 at Omgulugombashe in Zambezi Region. In March of that same year, in a bid to test South Africa's claim at the International Court of Justice at The Hague that Namibians in exile were free to return, President Nujoma, accompanied by former President Hifikepunye Pohamba, chartered a plane to Windhoek. On arrival at the airport, they were arrested and deported back to Zambia on the 21st of March 1966. After the Battle of Omgulugombashe, many Swapo leaders were detained and put on trial under the South African Terrorism Act, which was rushed through Parliament in June and gazetted retrospectively to 1962 to enable the South African courts to sentence Swapo freedom fighters to death. Among them was the late Comrade Andimba Toivo Atoivo, who was later sentenced to 18 years imprisonment on Robben Island. Under President Nujoma's leadership, from 26 December 1969 to the 2nd of January 1970, Swapo held its consultative congress at Tanga, Tanzania, which helped the movement to have proper structures such as the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan, Swapo's military wing, Swapo Women's Council, Swapo Elders Council, and Swapo Youth League, including the affiliated workers' union. This helped Swapo to carry out the liberation struggle effectively based on its 3-pronged strategies of the political front, the diplomatic front, and the armed liberation struggle. We shall continue to remember him for his popular mantra, and I quote, "A people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society will always emerge victorious," end of quote. On the political front, Swapo was closely working with the OAU and non-aligned movement, as well as all progressive countries and the anti-apartheid movement, in order to isolate the white minority South African regime. Against this background, Swapo was recognized as the sole and authentic representative of the Namibian people and was granted observer status at many international forums, as well as embassies, especially in India and Iran. On the political front, Swapo was able to mobilize the people of Namibia to join the liberation struggle. On the military front, Swapo was able to effectively use modern guerrilla warfare tactics and strategies, causing heavy casualties on the South African apartheid forces, including its stooges of the so-called Southwest Africa Territorial Forces, SWATF, and KUFUT. This was all under President Nujoma's leadership, and cautioned that, at that time, cautioned that, and I quote, "In any people's war, it is not the armament that is a decisive factor in a people's war. It is the people's willingness to make sacrifices." From 1977 to 1978, President Nujoma led the Swapo negotiations team between the Western Five Contact Group and South Africa on the one hand, and the frontline states Nigeria on the other, which culminated in the adoption of UN Council Resolution 435 of 1978. However, the Reagan administration tried by all means to prevent the implementation of Resolution 435 and linked the issue of the independence of Namibia to the withdrawal of the Cuban internationalist forces from Angola. The war culminated in the battle of Cuito-Cuanavara, where the combined forces of Angola, together with the Cuban internationalist forces and the combatants of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy forces, forcing the apartheid regime to the negotiations table. Thereafter, on the 19th of March 1989, the signing of the ceasefire agreement with South Africa took place, which resulted in the implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 435 in 1989. As he would say on the 21st of March 1990, and I quote, for the Namibian people, the realization of our most cherished goal, namely the independence of our country and the freedom of our people, is a fitting tribute to the heroism and tenacity with which our people fought for this long-awaited day, the Independence Day in 1990. Throughout his 95 years, President Nujoma has accumulated a treasure trove of experiences, successes, and lessons that have shaped him into a remarkable individual that he was. His affectionate laughter and smile, his profound wisdom, and his enduring love for those around him served as a beacon of light, inspiring all who crossed his path to live with joy, gratitude, and heart full of love. The founding president's legacy stretches across all generations, forming a formidable bridge between the 20th and 21st centuries, between old and young, between the generations of the liberation struggle and the born free. His journey through the 9.5 decades is a testament to the power of human resilience and the wisdom that comes with age. Being a great teacher, he told and cautioned us that, and I quote, our achievement of independence imposes upon us a heavy responsibility not only to defend our hard-won liberty, but also to set ourselves high standards of equality, justice, and the opportunity for all without regard to race, creed, or color. During his lifetime, President Nujoma was bestowed with numerous honors and awards for his outstanding leadership, courage, and total commitment towards the creation of a non-racial society in Namibia. In addition, founding President Nujoma was awarded numerous honorary degrees, 15 in total, as well as 4 honorary citizenship of cities such as Atlanta, San Francisco, New York, and the city of East Palo Alto in the United States of America. His Excellency, President Dr. Shamshafi Nujoma, is survived by his dear wife, Meme Teopoldine Kovambo Nujoma, and 3 children. They are also blessed with 24 grandchildren, 11 great-grandchildren. He is also survived by 3 siblings and as well as many nieces and nephews, including many adopted children. Dear mothers, as we conclude the long and rich eulogy of our founding president, at the closure, let me say the following. Farewell, our leader, Dr. Shamshafi Nujoma. Your spirit will forever live in our hearts. Though you are gone from this world, your love and memories will always guide us. Through it, though it hurts to say goodbye, we know you are at a better place now. Until we meet again, go well, our leader, and may you rest in peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pendukeni Itana. A short man with a great stature has rested. Namibia Defense Force Military Band, please give us an item.
This one a bit this side. However, you want the single plant. You give the back to the mind then. Yeah, it's normal. Yes. Yeah. Nenda harambea yo MBC mbe.
Thank you very much, Namibia Defense Force Military Band. In remembering our founding father, let us remind ourselves as youth of yesteryears and the current that the Namibian house is built on a strong foundation. The Namibia we are enjoying today peace, progress, democracy, and rights for all is a place established on strong values and principles. As young people in a pursuit of democratic change in the non-agenda of the new generation of young people, we should be mindful of this foundation and uphold, sustain the peace and stability of our motherland, Southern Africa and Africa as a whole. We'll move to tribute without wasting time. It's hot. I'll call upon Honorable Dr. Nchabi Kamwi to give us a tribute on behalf of the veterans of the liberation struggle. Dr. Nchabi.
Directors of the proceedings, Honorable Heather Sibungo and Mr. Alfred Ilkena, the Honorable Erastus Utoni, Minister of Urban and Rural Development, and the representative of the Chief Mourner, Honorable Pendukeni Wolaitana, former Secretary General for Swapo Party, and here standing in as Deputy Chairperson for the Sam Nujoma Foundation. Permit me to acknowledge the presence of the veterans of the liberation struggle of Namibia, including Brigadier General Kopas Luzungila among the seniors who are there together. At this point in time, permit me to as well acknowledge the fallen heroes of the liberation struggle in the region, just a handful of them, notably Brendan Simbwaye, Greenwell Matongo, Tobias Hainyeko, Richard Kapelwa Kabajani, Judea Liaboloma, Lieutenant General John Mutwa, Brigadier General Bernard Nkawa, and Brigadier General Charles Soja, among a few. Directors of the proceedings, please permit me to stand by your established protocol. I stand here at this solemn occasion on behalf of the veterans of the liberation struggle to pay homage and to present a message of condolences following the misfortune that befell the Nujoma, Kondombolo, Mushimba family and the Namibian nation through the loss of His Excellency Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, founding President of the Republic of Namibia, the founding father of the Namibian nation, and the leader of the Namibian Revolution. Going through the memory lane, the late His Excellency Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma will unequivocally remain in the annals of the Namibian history as the only Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan. the founding Swapo Party president, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia, founding father of the Namibian nation, and leader of the Namibian Revolution. As fate has it, he breathed his last breath on the 8th of February 2025 as he bid farewell to the Namibian nation that he founded in 1990. Hence, Namibians in all corners of this country are mourning the demise of an icon of the liberation struggle. Therefore, let me pick a leaf on behalf of the veterans of the liberation struggle to extend our heartfelt condolences to the founding First Lady of the Republic of Namibia, Mekul Kovambo Nujoma, the Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba family, the Swapo Party rank and file membership, and the Namibian nation at large. The founding president led the struggle for liberation of Namibia through nation building for 47 years. Dr. Sam Nujoma was an extraordinary freedom fighter who was selfless, fearless, and charismatic in nature. He was a visionary leader who led from the front. Simply put, someone poised to lead the Namibian liberation struggle to the end. Dear mourners, the man we pay tribute to today was indeed an extraordinary person who led Swapo to face one of the most powerful armies on the African continent, the apartheid South African colonial regime at that time, with its military capabilities, both on ground force, air, and navy, without wavering. As he said at the negotiated settlement table of the UN Resolution 435, his resolve was to see his country attain full freedom and independence, not a partially Mickey Mouse one. Following the protracted war between the liberation movements and the apartheid South African colonial regime that resulted in a ruthless arrest, torturing, detention without trial, and or killing of the supporters of the liberation struggle, an exodus of many Namibians, including those from the then Capri Strip, was witnessed. Dear mourners, we recall several residents of the then Capri Strip who were perceived as members linked to Swapo and or sympathizers had to flee via Botswana or Zambia into exile in the 70s and 80s. Many of the young men at that time who were studying in South Africa got actively in politics shaped by the South African politics of the time. Young men such as myself, as an example, when I finished my studies in Pietersburg, now Polokwane, I decided to drive via Francistown on my way home in Capri Strip, primarily to meet the Swapo leadership. I have done so to introduce myself as a member of Swapo who had an intended objective, that of collaborating with the office to further the aims and objectives of Swapo and for any other assignment that the office may deem it fit for me to carry out. Dear monarchs, let me make the record clear. During this time, the first executive committee, under the leadership of Comrade Charles Sampati Lutokwa, had been disbanded following arrests and insecurity carried out by the then South African security forces. The majority of the membership had gone into exile, with a handful who resided in Windhoek. This meant there was no swap activities in the region. Hence, I sought support for the underground movement in the Kaprivi region, led by an underground Swapo Regional Executive Committee under the chairmanship of Comrade Lutokwa for the second time, who is still alive and amidst us this day. At that time, I met the late Comrade Victor Nkandi as Swapo representative in Botswana, with the office based in Francistown, and late Comrade Edwin Tonchi as military attaché. I was welcomed, and my prayer was made with signaling bringing into Kaprivi Strip Swapo materials, which included mainly documents such as Swapo combatant and Swapo program, which had to be distributed by members of the Regional Executive Committee. Later on, I had been entrusted to bring in some armaments, which included, amongst others, hand grenades and the anti-tanks. The members of the underground regional executive included Comrade Charles Lutokwa as chairperson, with its first deputy, late Comrade Webi Nawa Lekando, who was later succeeded by the late Comrade Tedious Malumo. Administrative secretary was yours truly, myself, and deputized by Comrade Norman Lutivezi. The treasurer at the time was late Comrade Victor Mabuku, and information and mobilization, Comrade Michael Lekando. I believe some of these comrades are amidst us at this solemn occasion. The collaboration continued in the aids between the underground movement and the Francistown office, manned by Comrade Leonard Ipumbu as chief representative, and the new military attaché, late Comrade Matthews Kamedu. Comrade Ipumbu obviously reported the developments in Namibia, including that of the then Kaprivi Strip to the Swapo headquarters and Luanda. The movement in the then Kaprivi Strip intensified its collaboration with Swapo leadership in Francistown, Lusaka, and Harare office that was led by late Comrade William Amahulu. Dear monarchs, I have presented these scenarios to drive a point home that while the two chiefs in our region were involved in the administration for Kaprivians, a movement was underway to persuade the Masubia chief to join Swapo, and this assignment was given to myself. I must hasten to say the instruction to persuade Munitenge Moraliswan II to join Swapo was an instruction from Swapo President Sam Nujoma, a gallant leader we mourn today. Munitenge Moraliswan II resigned from the Democratic Touring Alliance and joined Swapo. The consequence of Munitenge Moraliswan II joining Swapo meant first and foremost that his entire Masubia tribal authority rallied behind him, and his two ministers, notably Comrade Paddy Mwazi and Comrade Boniface Nyambelikando. I am in reference to the defunct ministers, not the current. Also resigned and drove to Francistown to report these developments in the Masubia Traditional Authority. I am proud to mention that following these developments, Comrade Leonard Pumbu, now Ambassador and Chief Protocol Officer, invited late Comrade Aaron Mushimba in his capacity as Deputy Secretary for Finance and Chief Representative for Southern Africa, member of Central Committee and Political Bureau, to come and welcome Munitenge Muraliswan II and his entourage as new members of SWAPO. Dear Monas, having achieved his mission, the then President of SWAPO and Commander-in-Chief of Plan, Comrade Nujoma, invited Munitenge II, Ngambela, the late Ngambela Robert Ntelamo Simvula, his two ministers, and myself to meet in Harare. The Harare expedition was the most crucial of all undertakings, as Commander-in-Chief of Plan addressed Munitenge Muraliswan II on many critical issues. Among others, President Nujoma briefed Muraliswan II about the military situation at the front and successes that were being made, and reassured him that victory was indeed certain. The President of SWAPO further persuaded Munitenge Muraliswan II to spread the message of freedom back home, and that soon, and very soon, Namibia would be free, and that traditional chiefs would be recognized by the SWAPO-led government, that there will be a house of chiefs who will remain neutral in politics. And finally, that the SWAPO president committed himself to supporting the Masubia Traditional Authority morally, financially, and materially. This pledge Nujoma fulfilled, as the Masubia Traditional Authority was financially supported by SWAPO during the dark days of the liberation struggle for independence. What a great man we mourn today. In his response, Munitenge Muraliswan II informed the SWAPO president that he was aware that plan fighters were eliminating some puppets in the then Owamboland, but was wondering why the same thing was not happening in the Capriv Strip. The SWAPO president was quick to affirm, but added that they were doing so together with communities in those areas. That was why his involvement as a chief, together with his community, was key. The discussion between the SWAPO president and Munitenge Muraliswan II ignited the involvement of the young men and women among the Masubia community. I should be quick to point out that the underground movement in the then Capriv Street moved like wildfire, and collaboration between men and women from the then two recognized tribal authorities at the time, namely Masubia Tribal Authority and Mafwe and Bayei Tribal Authority, intensified. Dear Monas, upon Munitenge Muraliswan II return from Harare, political activities intensified in this region. All those who had accompanied him were under surveillance. Within a fortnight, Munitenge Muraliswan II, Ngambela Simvula, and myself were invited to return to Harare. In this specific mission, Munitenge Muraliswan and his entourage met the Acting Secretary for Defense, late Comrade Richard Kapelwa Kabajani, who was accompanied by the late Comrade Modest Karwe. Please note the conversation between Comrade Sem Nujoma and as President of Swapo and Commander-in-Chief of Plan, had an element that of military activities in the Caprivi. At this occasion, late Comrade Kabajani, a resident of this region, addressed his chief, primarily persuading him to resign from the Democratic Touring Alliance, as so directed by the Commander-in-Chief of Plan. He further coerced him to support the cause without any alternative to the struggle. For failure, there would be consequences. There would be bloodshed in the Caprivi Strip. Dear Monas, I recollect that Munitenge Muraliswan II responded to Comrade Kabajani that his subjects who were already in exile and those who were still in the Caprivi were ready to take up arms and join the armed struggle. Following our return from Harare, it only took a week and I was invited by Comrade Matthew Kamedu, Swapo military attaché in Botswana, at this time meeting in Kasani, with an assignment to invite someone to be trained in subversive activities, and that someone must be a person that I know too well, someone with the roots in Zambia. Although many young men and women under the Masubia traditional authority and that of Mafwe and Bayei, a tribal authority at the time, were actively involved in the liberation struggle, both in and outside the country. I will not be able to mention them by name, as they were numerous in numbers. However, at this very occasion, some of those who were involved in the planning of the 24th of October, 1984, time bomb blast in the then so-called cabinet chambers of the administration for Caprivians, and that on the 2nd of January 1985, equally time bomb blast at the only filling station here in Katima, Mulilo, where are present here today. Let me just single out one person who planted those time bombs as being Deputy Commissioner retired, Evans Salwin Simasiku. He's present here just behind my back somewhere else there in the tent. This came following the Harare meeting. The man we are paying homage today had love and vision for this country, and his mission was multifaceted. As the reminiscence of the events of those fateful days, the only word that we as members of the liberation struggle can say is salute to the gallant leadership of Sem Nujoma for the mission well accomplished. I have mentioned all these episodes, which are just a synopsis to relate to the role the founding president played in this region during the war of the liberation struggle, and his charisma to persuade even the chiefs to support the struggle. Sem Nujoma was indeed truly a man of action. I should mention that After attaining independence, Munitenga Mraliswani II lived to meet once again Dr. Sem Nujoma, the founding president of the Republic of Namibia, together with Chief Richard Mamili in the then Caprivi region, as recognized and gazetted chiefs in areas of their jurisdiction. Today, there are 4 recognized and gazetted chiefs on an equal basis in the Zambezi region as members of the House of Chiefs, a testament to Nuyoma's fulfillment of his promise to Munitenga Mraliswani II from their discussion in Harare. The role the founding president played in uplifting the lives of Namibians are too immense to enumerate. All we can say is that he was a beacon of hope for this nation. One among many achievements that we can all relate to in this region is the Kalimbeza Rice Project, in collaboration with the University of Namibia, cementing his passion for food security. Dear Monas, this afternoon we immortalize him for his selfless deeds, which are unparalleled. To the Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba families, we say, you are not alone in this loss. We have lost a great statesman who saw no tribe, no color, and no race in his people. We will forever cherish the memories of the founding president, father of the Namibian nation, and leader of the Namibian Revolution, His Excellency Dr. Safeshuna Nujoma. What an epitome of hope. Rest in peace, beloved President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamwi. From Etunda to Impalila, a man who saw potential, a man who went from Etunda to Impalila, where he saw that we need a 5-star hotel in Impalila. You go to Impalila today, his dream has realized. A man from Etunda to Kalimbeza, from Kalimbeza to all corners of the Zambezi region. He called Zambezi Caprivi by then Sizuma Salicho. It was during his leadership. He was a great man, a man that would travel all the way as far as the city of Windu to Zambezi because he saw potential in Zambezi. Without wasting time, I would like to call upon Dr. Nujoma to give message on behalf of the family. Dr. Nujoma, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Director of Ceremonies. His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Chief Mourner, represented by Honorable Erastus Sutoni, Minister of Urban and Rural Development. Directors of Ceremonies, allow me to observe the established protocol. Dear mourners, Mwazuza, good afternoon. I am Dr. Nujoma, and I have the honor to deliver a message from the Nujoma, Kondombolo, and Mushimba families. To begin, I wish to thank His Excellency, Dr. Nangolo, the President of the Republic of Namibia, for conferring on our beloved founding president, His Excellency Tatekulu Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma, a highest honor and a state funeral. The family wishes to thank the mourners here today in the mighty Zambezi region, all across the country, in SADC, Africa, and globally, for the messages of condolences and tributes that have been sent to the family and the country since the 8th of February 2025. As we mourn our great loss, we are humbled and comforted greatly to know that we are not alone in our grief and in revering a legendary Namibian son of the soil, Tatekulu Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. As the saying goes, pain that is shared is pain divided. As we delight and celebrate Tatekulu's life and legacy, we remember that a joy shared is a joy multiplied. History has shown that Tatekulu loved Namibia. Through his unwavering dedication to the political and economic emancipation of the people of this land, he once said, and I quote, "Namibia is our God-given land. We have no other," end quote. Tatekulu fiercely protected the territorial integrity of this country, assuring that people of this region and the whole country safety during enemy attacks in this region in 2002. He was dedicated to safeguarding the lives of all Namibians. He promised that the enemy would be defeated and peace and stability restored back to this region and to the whole country, which did occur. Just as a father protects his family fiercely from harm and guides the course of prosperity in the family, so too did Tatekulu as the father of the nation. As Namibians, we should continue to uphold Tatekulu's rich legacy by emboldening ourselves to return to those values of discipline, hard work, unity, visionary leadership, family orientation, listening to people's needs, effective decision making, and innovation for this great land of ours that is ours given by God. With these few words, we are in deep gratitude to the people of this great nation as we stand united in this trying time. May we continue to be united in growing our country to make Namibia where each citizen can live peacefully and prosperously. Twali Tumela, I thank you.
Dr. Yalo. He had utmost respect for the traditional leaders and diverse cultures of Namibia. This he always emphasized, respecting elders and the importance of mentorship. Without wasting time, I'll call upon my co-director of ceremony to read the message of tribute from the 4 traditional authority that was supposed to be delivered by Honorable Albius Kamwi.
Thank you, Madam Director of Ceremonies. I want to acknowledge Honorable Eraso Sutoni, representing the Chief Mourner, and also the Nujoma family that are present here this afternoon. I have been given one of the challenging tasks by the traditional authorities, all 4 traditional authorities in the Zambezi region, to deliver their statement. I'm shaking, so bear with me. I want to acknowledge the protocols already established and go straight to the message. Joint memorial save statements from the traditional authorities in the Zambezi region on the occasion of the memorial saves for His Excellency, the first President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Sam Safeshuna Nujoma. Dear mourners, we stand before you this afternoon to deliver a collective message of condolences to the Nujoma family, the Kondobolo family, and the Mushimba family on behalf of all 4 traditional authorities in the mighty Zambezi region. We do so with heavy hearts, but also with pride, because this is a message that celebrates a life well lived. For this occasion, even if we forget everything that will be said here this afternoon, right through the evening up to until tomorrow, we request that we remain with this quote: a people united, striving to achieve a common good for all members of society, will always emerge victorious. These words and many other statements of wisdom by the founding president and father of the Namibian nation should always serve as an inspiration and motivation for the Namibian people, the SADC region as a whole, and the international community to always strive to unity, or always strive for unity, freedom, peace, equality, and human dignity. These are cardinal principles that Tatekulu Sam Safeshuna Nujoma stood for. Dear mourners, a hero of the Namibian revolution has fallen. The icon and the epitome and champion of the Namibian liberation struggle, the father of our nation and the first president of a free, democratic and independent Namibia. Namibia is currently covered by a dark, heavy storm. It is freezing, very cold, and yet we need each other to keep ourselves warm. We need each other's shoulder to lean on as we console ourselves and our beloved family of the late hero. The light that has always kept the spirit of the Namibian revolution alive has finally gone off. Darkness has taken over. But like in his own words, and the words of other revolutionaries such as Che Guevara and Commandant Fidel Castro, you can kill a revolutionary, but you cannot kill a revolution. He was a revolutionary, a liberator, and even though he might have left us, his spirit, his deeds, his words, wisdom and experience, and his unparalleled knowledge of our history, his tenacity, dedication, determination, and his leadership style are elements that will forever live with us for many generations to come. He was truly the father of the Namibian nation. He deserves to join a long list of heroes and heroines of our liberation struggle that have gone before him. He was a man who stood firm where others wavered, a man whose only ambition was to see his people free from oppression and colonialism. As traditional leaders, we pay our homage on behalf of our subjects to this gallant son of the soil. We in this region cannot forget those dark days of our liberation struggle. We remember when a number of young men and women left this region in the mid-60s under Caprivi African National Union, KANU, led by Brendan Kangongolo Simbay, into exile where they joined the likes of a young man called Sam Nujoma to form one united anti-colonial force to liberate Namibia. Brendan Simbay was chosen to deputize Namibia as his vice president. Unfortunately, on his trip back into the region to mobilize more youth to join Swapo, he was arrested and never to be seen again. Sam Nujoma, true to his character, kept the fire of the liberation struggle burning despite numerous challenges. We equally remember that though the first bullet signaling the beginning of the armed struggle may have been fired on the 26th of August 1966 at Omungolo Bashe, here in this region, subsequent engagements between the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan fighters and the racist fascist forces of South Africa took place in several locations, including the Battle of Kamenga and the Katima Mulilo attack of 1978. Commander Tobias Hanyeko's remains are somewhere in this region, and so are many of our gallant sons and daughters whose graves we shall never know. We cannot forget the exodus of young men and women in 1975 onwards. This was necessary in order to reinforce the ranks and files of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia Plan, and indeed other structures of Swapo as the liberation movement. For most of the youth in the early and late 1970s, Swapo was synonymous with Sam Nujoma. In other words, you could not mention Swapo without including the name of Sam Nujoma. As Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, supported by the Military Council, many of the battles were fought and won, resulting in forcing the apartheid South African regime to fully agree to an unconditional implementation of Resolution 435. What a visionary leader, a skillful negotiator, and indeed a tactful planner. We celebrate a life of a patriot, a unifier, who fought tirelessly for the total liberation of Namibia and its economic emancipation of its people. He was a freedom fighter who used the Swapo military might and diplomacy to persuade the international community to recognize Swapo as the only authentic and legitimate representative of the Namibian people. At independence, he successfully navigated and integrated the People's Liberation Army of Namibia plan into what is now proudly known as the Namibia Defense Forces. He was a strong believer in Pan-Africanism. He aggressively advocated for the total integration of Africa. Today, if not mistaken, it's only in Namibia where we religiously respect and sing along the national anthem, the African anthem. He managed to dismantle the ethnic aligned Bantustan administrations and brought them together into one central government. He spearheaded the policy of national reconciliation to avoid bloodshed and revenge killings. He successfully marketed Namibia internationally as a preferred and prime destination for tourism within the scope and laws of Namibia. He promoted sport as a cornerstone for nation building and national reconciliation. He was a firm believer in strengthening culture and tradition as a backbone of any community and society, so as for future generations to know where they came from and where they are going, and never to forget their past. He was a hands-on, decisive, and dedicated leader who encouraged collective responsibility in decision-making and execution. His signature smile was his trademark for the expression of humility. His finger was his trademark to express seriousness. In order to ensure Namibia's food security, he implored Namibian citizens to be involved in agriculture. He set up green schemes and growing of dates and grapes for export. He inspired Namibians to embrace education as a tool to successfully eradicate poverty and to improve people's livelihood. He was the architect of the peace and stability we enjoy today, which we should not take for granted. Director of Ceremonies, dear mourners, a giant has fallen, but his legacy lives on forever in our hearts. Go well, warrior, freedom fighter, architect of the Namibian Revolution and independence. Ours is now to follow your footsteps and ensure a developed and prosperous Namibia. May your soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. That voice have gone silent. I would now ask the Namibia Defense Force military band to give us 2 items. very much, Namibian Defence Force, Military Band. I now take leave over to my co-director of ceremonies.
Thank you very much, Senior Director of Ceremonies, for the opportunity. Our next item on the agenda is a message from the Swapo Party, which will be presented by Comrade Dorothy Kabula, who is the acting Swapo Party Regional Coordinator for Zambezi Region. And just a reminder that when Meme Pendukeni Evola Itana was here, she made mention of the 47 years that His Excellency has been at the helm of the Swapo Party as the president. So I'm hoping that as Mrs. Kabula comes forward, will be accompanied by equally, songs that will really give her the energy and the zeal to come and stand here and deliver on behalf of the party. Comrade Dorothy, are you?
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. Allow me to read the message of condolences from the Swapo Party Regional Executive Committee in Zambezi Region on the passing of His Excellency, Comrade Dr. Shafshuna Nujoma, the first President of the Republic of Namibia and the father of the Namibian nation. Director of Proceedings, allow me to stand on protocol already established. On behalf of the Swapo Party Regional Executive Committee, wings, affiliates, and the entire Swapo Party ranks and file in Zambezi Region, we are standing here with a heavy heart as we mourn the passing of His Excellency, Comrade Dr. Shafshuna, who left us on the 8th of February 2025. In memory of His Excellency, Dr. Nujoma was an immense figure in Namibia's liberation struggle. His countless courage to liberate Namibia cannot be overemphasized. As a region, we shall forever remember him as a unique leader whose life was dedicated to the liberation struggle, unity, freedom, and the justice of the Namibian nation. He led Namibia to independence, and he laid the foundation of peace, national reconciliation, freedom that we enjoy today, which changed and touched many people, including international communities. His visionary leadership did not end with political freedom, but he extended to economic freedom, education, and sustainable development. As a region, we will always remember his encouragement words and advices to venture into agriculture to fight poverty, to improve food security and economic independence. Dr. Nujoma fully supported Ngambela Rice Project. He also envisioned utilizing Lake Zambezi for agriculture purposes, with the plan to channel flood water from flood-prone areas into Lake Zambezi. His vision was to preserve Lake Zambezi, not to dry out during drought season. Dr. Nujoma will always be remembered by the communities of this region. His inspiration to extend railway infrastructure from Grootfontein, passing through Kavango East to Zambezi region, was to foster trade economic growth between neighboring countries such as Zambia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and other countries that use the Trans-Caprivi Highway. His unwavering educational motivation to the youth was demonstrated when he studied geology at the Polytechnic of Namibia while he was already a president of the Republic of Namibia. He believed that the foundation of prosperity is vested in education, and this was his motivation to encourage youth to follow his footsteps. As a region, we will continue to honor his legacy and do what he wanted us to do. To the widow, children, and the entire Nujoma family, as we reflect on his incredible journey, we must also remember personal touches that made him relatable to many people. His call to embrace cultural diversity and the respect of each other's tradition connected the Namibian people, and they become one Namibia. His ultimate untimely departure, I beg your pardon, his untimely departure is a great loss to the family and indeed to the Namibian nation. As we mourn and celebrate his legacy, Swapo Party leadership call upon all Namibian nation to remember his call for unity, as he always believed that Namibian nation's strength is governed by unity. Let us all remain united. Let us all remain united. Today we stand together in solidarity, freedom, and justice, while celebrating the legacy of His Excellency Dr. Shuna Nujoma, the father of the Namibian nation. We are consoled by the fact that Dr. Shuna Nujoma leaves behind a legacy that will forever be remembered by all Namibian nation and the world at large. His visionary leadership, courage, and love for the Namibian nation and Africa at large will continue to inspire us. Let's continue to carry his legacy and uphold his values to achieve the Namibia he dreamed of. His Excellency Comrade Safshuna Nujoma was a hero, a veteran of liberation struggle, a visionary leader, a liberator, a caregiver to underprivileged Namibians, a peacemaker, a unifier, a pillar of the Namibian nation. His bravery, hard work, and a commitment to save the Namibian nation shall forever be remembered. Director of Ceremony, allow me to sincerely extend our deepest heartfelt condolences to his dear wife, Madam Kovambo Teopelin Nujoma, his children, grandchildren, the bereaved family, and the entire Namibian nation at large. As we celebrate and bid farewell to the remarkable life, dedication, and inspiration of our leader, the regional leadership, ranks and file of the Swapo Party in the Zambezi region, we want to inform all mourners that your loss is our loss. Your grief is our grief. We put our hope and the trust in God's hands to comfort his dear wife, the children, and all mourners. May the soul of our founding father and the father of the Namibian nation rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Our next item is a brief one. When plant combatants start singing, it becomes very difficult to stop them. I hope we can cooperate on this so as to finish our program on time. The next item, though doesn't feature on the program, it's an item that also seeks to honor the memories of His Excellency Dr. Sem Safeshuna Nujoma. Most of the residents of the Zambezi region recall that in this region we have one combined school that is named after His Excellency Dr. Sem Safeshuna Nujoma. That school is located in the Kabe North constituency. And before me here are learners from that school. They traveled all the way from Kabe to come and share with us a message they have in remembrance of their patron who has passed on. You are welcome.
Greetings to all mourners gathered here. As we were walking down the street of Katima, Mulilo, we met a bed and it asked for our names. We are learners from Dr. Sem Nujoma Combined School.
I am Zala.
I am Chiza.
We are going to recite a poem entitled A Painful Reality. Saturday, the 8th, you are so bad. You looked at us, still you took him away from us. Feb, you are so bad. You took 2 of our leaders without a second thought.
Dr. Sem Nujoma, Dr. Sem Nujoma, a hero you were and a hero you shall forever be. Your love and dedication brought us freedom. Your leadership brought us peace. Heaven and earth were never measured before, but we know you shall watch over us. Your death is a painful reality. A good leader, our lion and our grandfather, has gone to rest. Rest in peace, Dr. Sem Nujoma. We thank you.
Thank you very much for those consoling words. Our next item is a presentation, and before I invite the speaker to just indicate that this time around the next speaker will be accompanied by the veterans of the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, and I'll be calling on all of us to ensure that we really escort this next speaker to this podium as per the revolutionary songs that we were best known for. He is representing our voice, and even though we may have aged, I think our throats are still clear enough. For those of us who don't smoke, we should be able to shout. Let's make this a memorable occasion. I have the honor and privilege to invite Honorable Lawrence Sampofu, Governor of the Zambezi Region, who will be presenting a message on behalf of the region and also the the veterans of the liberation struggle and planned combatants. So for my colleagues, please, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the director and the co-director of ceremonies, Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the Chief Mourner, represented here by Honorable Erastus Utoni, the Minister of Urban and Rural Development. Meme Pendukeni Mvulaitana, Dr. Uyama Nujoma, the Kondombolo and Mshimba families, Honorable Matengu Simushi, the Chairperson of the Zambezi Regional Council, Your Worship, Honorable John Katima, Mayor of Katima Mulilo Town, Air Marshal Martin Pinius, the Chief of the Defense Force, Honorable Likando, Member of Parliament, Honorable Sivalatani, Dr. Nchabi Kamwi, Honorable Stanley Simata, Honorable James Sankwasa, current members of Parliament and the former members of Parliament present here, Honorable Regional and the Local Authority Councillors present, Comrade Dorothy Kabula, Musimushi, Swapo Party Acting Regional Coordinator, regional heads of political party, Madam Regina Ndopuluvinda, the Chief Regional Officer, Commissioner Andreas Shilelo, Nampol Commander, retired generals and all ranks of the Namibian Defense Force, Lieutenant Colonel Julius Kangwia, Commander 261 Battalion, Deputy Commissioner John Kambimbi of the National Correctional Services, Honorable Alex Namenda, the District Commissioner of Sesheke, Madame Onalina Sichele, the District Commissioner of Chobe District in Botswana, Mr. Raphael Swaniso, Chief Executive Officer of Katima Mulilo Town, Ms. Twala Sazita, Chief Executive Officer of Bukalo Village Council, Honorable Ngambela, Albius Kamwi of the Masuvia Traditional Authority, Honorable Boniface Maemeko of the Mafwe Traditional Authority, and all esteemed Traditional Authority representatives, representatives of political parties, Dr. Samuel Mafuila, Director of UNAM Katima Mulilo Campus, Mr. Richard Kambinda, the head of Zambezi Vocational Training Center, directors, deputy directors, senior government officials, captains of industry, Father James George, religious fraternities, veterans of the liberation struggle, former planned combatants, business community, residents of Zambezi region, our men and women in uniform, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. One more song, please. All right. Thank you. We are celebrating the life of our Commander-in-Chief. It is on a sad note that I stand here on behalf of the entire Zambezi Regional Council and the residents of Zambezi region. Today we gather here to remember not just a life, but a beacon of inspiration, a true revolutionary icon who illuminated the path of our nation to freedom and also African people and the world over with his brilliant leadership. The founding father and the father of the nation, Dr. Shamshafi Shuna Nujoma, passed on the 8th of February 2025 in Windhoek. We are here to witness this. And we present our heartfelt condolences to Nujoma family, Kondombolo, and the Mshimba families, the Namibian nation at large, and the government of the Republic of Namibia, for the loss of our visionary leader, a symbol of peace, stability, and in many attributes, for example, patriotism, bravery, selflessness, dedication, commitment, resilience, innovation, compassion that touched every life he encountered. Distinguished guests, including our government officials, veterans of the liberation struggle, former planned combatants, respected traditional leaders, religious communities, business fraternity, foreign dignitaries, comrades and friends, thank you for being here. Our Commander-in-Chief, He indulged in politics at a very young age. He started mobilizing the workers at Wolf's Bay and also Windhoek, so that the Namibian people could understand the racist, diabolic regime of South Africa, colonialism, and also the actions of apartheid that prevailed in Namibia. The racist regime divided this country into Bantustans so that the people of Namibia could not know each other, so that the people of Namibia should hate each other, so that the Namibian people could not unite, so they could perpetrate their existence in Namibia. Dr. Sam Nujoma, he saw that in the company of comrades Toivo ya Toivo, Mahwilili, Helmut Angula, Peter Nanyemba, Ben Amatira, Hifike Punye Pohamba, Mzee Kaukungwa, Vini Andadi, Nasi Angula, and many others who assisted him to mobilize, to inform the Namibian people that we were colonized. And in that manner, he succeeded to bring us together. The chief in command organized resistance for the people to move from old location to Katutura. There was a big demonstration ever seen in Windhoek. The colonialists had to open fire against those people, killing 11 people, injuring many others. This angered our founding father, and he decided to leave the country alone, carrying the world alone, facing the world alone, so that he brings independence to the Namibian people. The founding father went through Botswana with the help of Chief Hosea Kutako Chikururume, crossed the border in Omaheke, and they traveled all the way from Botswana up to Tanzania, where he met Mzee Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. He sat down and looked and planned as a commander what to do for the Namibian people to carry out this liberation struggle. He crafted the political front, the diplomatic front, and the military front. It was a challenge in the early 60s to put up a plan, because people were very few, but through political mobilization, through the Swapo radios in Dar es Salaam, Lusaka, and the Congo Brazzaville, we, the Namibian people, could understand the clarion call to go and join, so that we carry out the armed struggle. Toivo Toivo said when he was in prison in the courts of South Africa that you can try me today. I know my people will wage that struggle. It will be a protracted and long struggle. And it's true, it was one, but as having a visionary leader, we carried out that struggle. In 1972, a plan was hatched, though before that, there was what was called Southwest Africa Liberation Army, SWALA. Are you tired? Never. You can stand. Okay, we'll continue. Thank you. So, then at the Congress of Tanga in 1972 is when the new name People's Liberation Army of Namibia came into being. The first commander was Tobias Hainyeko of Plan. The commander-in-chief brought weapons from Egypt. These weapons were very few. And he called those who were there that I brought some weapons. Those who are ready, they must show by hand. Many of them, they showed up their hands that they are ready. Comrade Johnny Nankudu was appointed as the commander, and they were ordered to come to Namibia to politicize what Swapo means, to politicize and mobilize the masses to join the armed struggle. Because the International Court of Justice ruled in 1966 that South Africa should continue. No, South Africa is illegal in Namibia and must leave. Then South Africa could not listen. Our commander-in-chief made it clear that the only language the Boers could understand is the barrel of the gun. As such, that group came to Namibia, established a camp at Omurumbashe. They started recruiting volunteers and training volunteers so that they joined the armed struggle. Unfortunately, the enemy heard about that base and attacked on 26 August 1966. This is where our first bullets of Plan were fired against the enemy. And they retreated into the communities. Some of them were arrested, were taken to courts, were charged for many years in prisons. The Plan combatants, those who were still in Zambia and Dar es Salaam or Tanzania, were grouped up again to start the armed struggle. This time, it started here in Zambezi region. From 1967 up to this front was closed in 1980. The war of liberation struggle was fought here in Zambezi region. As it was mentioned by other speakers, many youth from this region, we joined the liberation struggle. And it was our first time to meet our commander-in-chief in December 1975 at Oshatotwa Base, Western Province of Zambia. He commanded us, he encouraged us to fight harder so that we get our independence. And we did that. We fought battles at Kamenga and Singalamwe. We destroyed Kamenga base in 1977. Then we destroyed Nukwa base also in 1977. And the other many battles against patrols and everything. On the 4th of May, 1978, the enemy attacked Kasinga, killing our people who were not armed. Civilians, very young ones, babies, and all this. The commander-in-chief, he commanded that we should avenge, revenge the deaths of our people. The military council was informed, commanders were called. One of them is here, Lieutenant General Martin Shali. Do you know him? Do you know Lieutenant General Shali? You want to see him? Yes. 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 This is General Shali. They commanded us that we must organize operations to revenge for Kasinga. And here at Eastern Front, this one was called Eastern Front. The next one was Northeastern Front. The next one was Northern Front. The next one in the west is Northwestern Front. So here at the Eastern Front, to revenge for Kasinga, it was planned to attack Katima Mulilo base. What's happening here?
They want to relieve.
Oh, sorry.
They want to relieve.
Oh.
Let's continue. That one's immediate. I think we are just relieving this.
Okay, let's do it quietly, please. Yeah, so we attacked Katima Mulilo base on the 23rd of August, 1978. Inflicted heavy casualties on the Boer side. It is reported that 900 soldiers were killed in Katima base because we used, for the first time in Eastern Front, artillery weapons, bigger weapons that could travel up to 10 kilometers. 900 kilometers, the enemy reported 9. I remember when we attacked Kamenga, we found these guys relaxed. We killed 33 of them at Kamenga. It was a patrol. After we destroyed Kamenga base. Now we were concentrating on ambushes. The enemy reported only 3 soldiers killed, while we took out 33 weapons. Whose weapons were they? So it was his soldiers. And these weapons we captured at Kamenga, they were paraded the world over by our commander-in-chief. We made him proud to talk about planned combatants because we could do it. We got our independence. The Namibian Defense Force was established. You know, we were fighting against our own brothers, those who were against independence, and we were put in the bases to form up the Namibian Defense Force. If there is any other sector in government where national reconciliation policy worked so well, it is in the armed forces. There was no one who killed one another. There was no one who pointed a gun to the other. So reconciliation worked very well in the Namibian Defense Force. Our chief in command, he put up a very strong foundation of the government, very strong economy. He brought also the emancipation of women. I think women here, they will understand better what's happening. It is our commander-in-chief who did that. Here in Zambezi region, there was a UNITA who was attacking our people between Kongola and the Divundu. Our Commander-in-Chief commanded the Namibian Defense Force to make sure that Namibian people have got free movement in their country. We should have free movement in our country. The Namibian Defense Force, under the command of General Namolo and General Shali, soldiers were dispatched. They conducted escorts from Divundu to Katima in the morning, and from Kongola to Divundu in the afternoons. And the main body, they crossed into Angola, destroyed many bases of UNITA. They captured a lot of ammunition and equipment. These equipments and ammunition and weapons were displayed at Divundu. Those who were reading newspapers, they could see that. It is our Commander-in-Chief who was commanding. I left one thing in Angola. In Angola, I was deployed at Tobias Anyeko Training Center for 3 years. Then I was transferred to Northern France, Southern Angola. I left Anyeko in October, and only arrived in January at the front, because that time the enemy launched Askari operation against Swapo and also Angolans. Is General Shali, who wrote my appointment letter on the 20th of January 1984 for me to deploy at Northern Front. At Northern Front, we fought many battles, and the most serious one was in October 1987, when we were attacked, our headquarters was attacked by Boers. First 10 o'clock, it was the jets that bombarded us. We survived. A jet, just look at it where it's facing, you look at the other side, it will go. Then the artillery and the infantry came. We destroyed Caspers, many of them. Some of them we captured. General Shali was commanding that day the other battalions to come and assist the Northern Front. General Shali, we thank you so much. Your bravery can be seen everywhere. Yeah, UNITA was destroyed up to 200 kilometers inside Angola. And there was no more attacks on ambushes or whatever on our vehicles, movement of people between Kongola and the Divundu. Secondly, on the 2nd of August 1999, the so-called Kapirivi Liberation Army attacked Katima Mulilo under the command of Meshek Muyongo, who was seated somewhere in Botswana. General Shali was here. He commanded the NDF and defeated that so-called Kapirivi Liberation Army. In 6 days, it was finished. I want to draw your attention. In Zambezi region, we have got 2 unmarked graves. The first one is for Comrade Brendan Kangongolo Simbwe. Immediately when we arrived in 1989, I was given that task in this region to identify and allocate where the grave of Brendan Simbwe is. Those who knew For those who know up to now, they were afraid to tell us the truth. We went to dig around. We were taken to wrong places, digging the whole night. Nothing, not even one bone. We have that unmarked grave. Then the second is the one for Commander Tobias Sanyeko. Tobias Sanyeko came from Lusaka, was given the task by the Commander-in-Chief to come and observe the military situation along the Zambezi River in this region. So he boarded a boat at Sisheke, those boats which were called Zambia River Transportation, ZRT, which used to transport passengers from Sisheke to Mwandi. So he was reported while on that boat. The Boers jumped in a small boat. They stopped that boat in the middle of the river at Namwe Island. Then one Boer and a black policeman, they jumped into that boat, started searching to find Anyeko. Anyeko shot that Boer dead, and the policeman was injured. Even when we went to the struggle, that policeman, his arm was never straight. It used to be like crooked like this. It is Anyeko's gun. He was only shot by those who were left in the boat. So again, we went through many villages, the former police asking for information where Anyeko was buried. We were told many stories. Up to now, we have another unmarked grave in this region. Dr. Sam Nyoma's legacy is woven in the fabric of our communities. We rejoice in loving memory for our beloved great leader who brought so much joy and love into our lives. Our beloved hero, national icon, a leader who never wavered, and statesman is gone, but will never be forgotten. Our visionary leader will forever remain in our hearts and always in our thoughts. Our founding father's life was a blessing. His wisdom and memories are a treasure in our lifetime. His loving kindness, patriotism, strength, bravery, courage, selflessness, tireless activism contributions, integrity, highlighting character, unwavering determination will always inspire us to continue living in harmony and in his legacy. President Nyoma could relate to people from all walks of life. He was an emphatic leader who valued character over pedigree, and will always remember that. Our Commander-in-Chief taught us that public service is noble and necessary, that one can serve with integrity and hold true to the important values. If you are a public servant, remember that you are not a chief, but you are a public servant of the communities whom you serve. Dr. Nyoma recognized that serving others enriched the giver's soul. To us, his love was the brightest of 1,000 points of light. President Nyoma served with integrity, led with courage, showed us love. Let's remain united as a nation, as he commanded us to do, and we shall always be victorious. Our chief in command, a diplomat, unmatched diplomat, did formidable accomplishments together with his able fellow leaders. They threw away racism, tribalism, the yoke of colonialism, and brought love, women emancipation, peace, stability, and economic development. It's hard to forget some who gave us so much to remember. Sometimes memories sneak out of our eyes and roll down on our cheeks. His footprints leave an imprint in Namibia, on the African continent, and the world over. Your Excellency, Father of the Nation, you showed us the way. You paved us a way to success. You loved education, and you were ready to give it to anybody who is ready. You took every Namibian like your own son and gave us sound education. You gave everyone a helping hand without a discrimination. How we wish if everybody could be like you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, your decency, sincerity, unwavering patriotism, and kind soul will stay with us forever. So through our tears, let us see the blessings of knowing and loving you, a great and noble great leader, and the best father a son or daughter could have. In conclusion, I want to thank all of you for being here to honor the life of His Excellency, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nyoma, and share memories about the many, many ways he enriched our lives. Let's always remember that whoever touches our lives stays in our hearts forever. Let's forge ahead where he left off to be united and advance development in our country. To the bereaved family, we wish you God's mercy, grace, and the blessings during this difficult time. Our father, the founding father, you are greatly loved, deeply missed. Too hard to say goodbye, but we should say it. We love you, and your memories will never be forgotten. Rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Namibia Defense Force Military Band, can you step in and assist us as they go back to their seats with the number? very much. Namibia Defence Force Brass Band. Our next item is to invite the Honorable Minister Erastus Utoni, Minister of Urban and Rural Development, representing the Chief Mourner, to come and deliver his message. While he's coming, I'm just, as a way of remembering, the Chief Mourner is my former principal, my former minister, and sometimes I worry because these days, since last year, the years have not been kind to him. So as you step forward, we hear your pain. It would be the same if we were in your shoes. Comrade.
Thank you very much, Director of our program. To start with Honorable Heather Sibungo, the Deputy Minister of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. Also, our brother, Alfred Ilukena. Thank you very much for inviting me to come and share with you on the remarks of the condolences. The widow, Madam Kovambo Nujoma, and the bereaved Nujoma, Kondoboro, and Mushimba families, today represented by Dr. Uyama Nujoma, who delivered a statement on behalf of the family. Honorable Lawrence Sampofu, Governor of the Zambezi Region, regional and local authority councillors present here, I would like to recognize Honorable Simushi Matengu, the Chairperson of Zambezi Regional Council. Also recognize His Worship, the Mayor of Katima Town, Worship John Temwa. Let me also recognize in our midst Honorable Pendukeni Ivula Itana, the former Minister of Home Affairs and Immigration, also former Secretary General Swapo Party, and now the Deputy Chairperson of the Sam Nujoma Foundation. I also want to recognize in our midst Dr. Richard Nchabi Kamwi, representing the Veterans of Liberation Army of Namibia, PLAN. And I also want to recognize General Martin Shali in our midst. I also want to recognize the presence of our traditional leaders here, being represented by Honorable Albius Kamwi, Chairperson of the Zambezi Ngambela's Forum. And I also want to recognize the Swapo Party Acting Coordinator, Comrade Dorothy Kabula, the Acting Swapo Regional Coordinator of Zambezi Region. Let me also recognize Air Marshal Martin Pinas, Chief of the Defense Force, in our midst. Let me stand by the protocol as it has already been established by the director of our program. Dear fellow mourners, as it has been announced by the director of ceremonies, I am here representing the chief mourner, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of our Republic. But I also want to share that while addressing you, I'm also going to share briefly on how personally, how I encountered the founding president or how I met with the founding president while in exile when I was a member of PLAN. Director of proceedings, fellow mourners, we are gathered here to join the rest of Namibia in paying our tribute to our departed, beloved first president and the father of the Namibian nation and the hero of the Namibian Revolution, His Excellency Dr. Shuna Nujoma, for his heroic deeds and immense contribution during the bitter struggle for freedom and independence of our motherland and during his tenure as the president of an independent Namibia. While as Christians, we believe that, and I quote, there is a time for everything, a season for every activity under the heavens, a time to be born and a time to die. End of quote. We cannot help feeling sad for the departure of our revered leader and icon of our revolution. I want to say that the news about the passing of our founding president struck us all like a thunder. Director of proceedings, fellow mourners, our departed founding president and father of our nation dedicated his life to the noble fight for freedom and independence. He strongly believed in and fostered unity, peace, reconciliation, and shared development and prosperity for all inhabitants of our beloved motherland. He dedicated himself to these noble ideas during his leadership of the liberation struggle under the Southwest Africa's People's Organization, Swapo, from 1960, as well as in an independent Republic of Namibia during his presidency from 1990 to the year 2005, and up to his last day on earth. I'm delighted that the rich history and heroic deeds of our founding president have been eloquently narrated by other speakers before me at the other memorial services held over the past days, and I do not have to repeat it here. For the sake of time, I will mainly add, when necessary, to underscore our departed leader as our enduring pillar and symbol of unity, stability, and nationalhood, and a beacon of hope for the current and future generation of our country and beyond. Director of proceeding, fellow mourners, as I said, I'm also going to share just briefly, personally, on how I met or I encountered His Excellency, the founding president, Dr. Swapo Nujoma. Personally, I was privileged to meet with His Excellency, Dr. Nujoma, for the first time in December 1979 in Lubango, Angola, when he came to officially open the special military training, and I was part of the first ever regular force within the People's Liberation Army of Namibia, plan known as the 1st Mechanized Infantry Brigade. Dressed in his military uniform and with his AK-47 and a pistol, made it clear to us that we were to undergo intensive military training that will prepare and equip us with the skills and technical know-how and that we will need to effectively engage and push the South African occupation forces out of Namibia across the Orange River. His orders were clear, and his address to us mentally prepared us for a face-to-face battle with the enemy that was equipped with modern weaponry such as helicopters and jet fighters. For us, our greatest weapon was our courage and determination to liberate our motherland from the yoke of colonialism and oppression. Indeed, in his own words, the Commander-in-Chief of Swapo's military wing, Plan, whom we are paying tribute here today, said the following, and I quote, "In any people's war, it is not the armament that is a decisive factor in a people's war. It is the people's willingness to make sacrifices." End of quote. Few months later, after our training, that was in 1980, President Nujoma came back to Lubango and informed us that the South African Defense Force has invaded southern Angola, launching an operation known as a smoke shell, and the aim was to capture the whole southern Angola, including our commanding headquarters at Umrola, where late Commander Dimo Amambo was operating from. And that operation was very intensive. He instructed the then Secretary of Defense, late Peter Nanyemba, and the other commander, Martin Shari, as you know him, he is the former Chief of Operation of Plan, and also Ndahuna Namoro Ho Chi Minh, that our mechanized infantry brigade should go and reinforce and defend the commanding headquarters at Umrola and the surrounding villages like Mupa, Umve, and other villages, and prevent them from falling into the hands of the enemy. The orders of our Commander-in-Chief were carried out, and we obliged. When he assumed power as the first and founding president of our republic, President Nujoma was well aware that he was to lead a country which has just emerged from a divisive apartheid regime, and he had a daunting task of uniting former warrior feuds. He, however, firmly believed that where there is peace and unity of purpose, everything is possible. Our president articulated this very well in his inaugural speech on the 21st March 1990, when he said the following, and I quote, "Taking the destiny of our country in our own hands meant, among other things, making a great effort to forge a national identity based on a common resolve and unity of purpose and action, as well as setting for ourselves higher standards of equality, justice, and opportunity for all of our people, irrespective of color, race, ethnicity, or place of origin," end of quote. Indeed, as per his common quote, "A people united, striving to achieve a common good for all, the members of society will always emerge victorious." As such, our founding president dedicated his life towards uniting the people of Namibia, irrespective of their different racial and ethical backgrounds. He had a special place for the youth and education, and a great appreciation for our diverse culture, values, and tradition norms. It is gratifying that our founding president has seen through his dream and vision of a free and independent Namibia developed by her people. That dream and vision was sustained and expanded by his predecessor, their Excellencies President Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, our second president, and the late Dr. Hage Geingob, our third president. And torch and baton has been passed on to our current president, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and the incoming president, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, to carry on. We are all called upon to rally behind our leaders and to play our part in this noble task. Director of Proceeding, fellow monarchs, the Zambezi region holds its own special place in the struggle and the journey towards the attainment of our independence. This region was the gateway through which a number of our freedom fighters crossed out of Namibia into other countries to join the struggle, while others also returned back into Namibia through the same route. And the sons of this soil, particularly this region, the heroes, were already noted by our Honorable Governor and Dr. Richard Nchabi Kamwi, like Brendan Simbwaye, and I will not mention all of them because they were already noted. It is also recalled after the first battle on 26 August 1966 at Umguru Wambashe. A follow-up battle, I was informed, was launched in this region from 1967. Our founding president, as the then commander-in-chief of PLAN, commanded PLAN combatants in battles that took place in areas like Singaramwe and Kamenga, as it has already been narrated by the governor and Dr. Kamwi. The brave sons and daughters from this region, like from other regions and parts of the country, were mobilized and joined Swapo and PLAN in the fight for the liberation of our motherland. Among the many things that President Nujoma loved doing during his presidency was to undertake regular visits to his region or to this region and other regions. in order to consult with traditional leaders and to ensure that they are able to effectively perform their important roles. As per Article 102, Sub-Article 5 of the Namibian Constitution, also as per Act of Parliament, Act number 13 of 1997, of upholding the values of national unity as well as the traditions and the well-being of their communities. Fellow mourners, in conclusion, I, and on behalf of His Excellency President Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the Chief Mourner, and all of us gathered here, and others who are following this memorial service from where they are, wish to take this opportunity to extend to Mekulu Kovambo Nujoma, my brother Utoni Nujoma and the siblings, and the entire bereaved family of our deepest condolence for your loss, which also is our loss too. To our departed founding president and father of our nation, you will always be in our hearts. May your enduring spirit live on and continue to inspire us to forge on, and I thank you. Yeah, I will. This one, I noted.
The brass band. It's now my honor and pleasure to invite His Worship, the Mayor of the town of Katima Mulilo, His Worship John Ntema, to come and deliver his vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Director of the Proceedings, for giving me the opportunity to Meme Pendukeni Ivula Itana, Dr. Uyama Nujoma, Kondombolo, and the Mushinga family, Honorable Matengu Simushi, Chairperson of Zambezi Regional Council, Katima Rural Constituency Councillor, and the President of ARC, Air Marshal Martin Punias, the Chief of Defense Force, Honorable John Likando, Member of Parliament, Honorable Bernard Sibalatani, Vice Chairperson, former Vice Chairperson of the National Council, members of Parliament and former members of Parliament present, Honorable Regional and Local Authority Councillors present, the Chairperson of Katima Mulilo Town Council, Honorable Berita Namangolwa Mapenzi, Comrade Dorothy Kabula Simushi, Swapo Party Acting Regional Coordinator, the regional heads of political parties, Madam Regina Ndopolo Vinda, the Chief Regional Officer of Zambezi Region, Commissioner Andreas Shilelo, Nampol Zambezi Regional Commander, retired generals and all other ranks, Lieutenant Colonel Julius Kamwi, Commander 261 Battalion, Deputy Commissioner Kambimbi of NCS, Honorable Alex Namenda, District Commissioner of Sesheke, Western Province, Zambia, Mr. Rafael Iswaniso, the Chief Executive Officer of Katima Mulilo Town Council, Ms. Ntwala Sazita, the Chief Executive Officer of Bukalo Village Council, Honorable Ngambela, and all esteemed traditional authorities, representatives of political parties, Dr. Samuel Mafwila, Director of UNAM, Katima Mulilo Campus, Mr. Richard Kambinda, Head of Zambezi Vocational Training Center, directors, deputy directors, and senior government officials present, captains of industry and public sectors heads, Father James George from the Roman Catholic Church, veterans of the liberation struggle, former planned combatants, business community, residents of Zambezi region, our men and women in uniforms, the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and profound responsibility to stand before you and express our collective gratitude on this solemn yet celebratory occasion. Today, we gather not only to mourn, but also to celebrate the extraordinary life of a revolutionary, His Excellency Dr. Sam Safishuna Nujoma, the father of the Namibian nation. First and foremost, I extend a heartfelt thanks to our directors of ceremonies, Honorable Hila Sivungo and Mr. Alfred Ilukena, for guiding this event with grace and dignity. Your leadership has ensured that every moment unfolds seamlessly. To Honorable Matengu Simushi, Chairperson of the Zambezi Regional Council, thank you for your warm, welcome remarks, which set the tone for this gathering. Your words reminded us of the unity and the resilience Dr. Nujoma instilled in our nation. Our gratitude goes to Father James George of the Roman Catholic Church for his moving devotion and prayers, which have brought solace to our hearts. To all the choirs present, the Namibian Defense Force Military Band, your steering performance uplifts our spirit and honor Comrade Nujoma's legacy through songs and melody. A special acknowledgement goes to Honorable Erastus Utoni, Minister of Urban and Rural Development, who represented Chief Mona with profound reverence. Your role is accompanying the cascade symbolizes the nation's collective embrace of Dr. Nuyoma's legacy. To the family of our beloved founding president, we acknowledge your profound loss. Thank you for sharing him with the nation and for your strength during this difficult time. Your message today resonates deeply with us all. To the courageous veteran of the liberation struggle, represented by Honorable Dr. Nchabi Kamwi, we thank you for your unwavering dedication. Your sacrifices paved the way for the Namibian well cherished today. Honorable Lawrence Alufea Sampofu, Governor of the Zambezi Region, and to Comrade Dorothy Kabula of the Swapo Party, your messages embody the unity and vision our late leader championed. Your presence here today is a testament to his enduring influence. To our esteemed dignitaries, cabinet ministers, member of parliament, service chiefs, traditional leaders, and all who traveled from afar, your presence dignifies this occasion. To the children who joined us, you remind us that Dr. Nujoma's dream lives on in future generations. We are equally grateful to Honorable Albius Kamwi, Chairperson of the Zambezi Ngambela's Forum, for articulating the sentiments of our 4 traditional authorities. Your words reaffirm the cultural fabric Dr. Nujoma woven into our national identity. Let us also recognize the tireless effort of the Chief Regional Officer, Madam Regina Ndoko Luvinda of the Zambezi Regional Council, Katima Mulilo Town Council, the Minister of Information and Communication Technology, and countless unnamed organizers behind the scene, especially Telecom, NORAD, and other stakeholders. Your meticulous planning has made this memorial a fitting tribute. Finally, thank you to the people of Zambezi Region and indeed Namibia at large who gathered here and those with us in spirit. Your presence, your tears, and your applause have woven a tapestry of love around this moment. Together, we affirm that Dr. Nujoma's revolutionary spirit will forever guide our nation. As we prepare to bid farewell, let us carry forward his legacy of unity, justice, and unwavering hope. May we honor him not only in words, but through our actions. Thank you, and may the Almighty continue to bless Namibia. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, for vote of thanks. He came 1989 October. He symbolized by flying 2 doves, and that was a symbol of peace. It was a symbol to prepare us for 1990. Indeed, he made sure Namibia is free. He came 1989 October, and today he has come to bind farewell. The people of Zambezi, let's carry the legacy of our founding father. Let's keep on as we go home that we tell the history to our children. And NBC, all medias, it's time that our new generation must know this rich history. I was lucky, I was young. I was the first pioneer in Zambezi, by then Caprivi. So I'm one of those that are lucky, that most of my peers have gone to rest, but yet I'm here. I can narrate all the roads of Tate when he came back to Namibia. With sincerity and apathy, let us pay tribute to the life that have touched ours as we navigate through the journey of healing and remembrance. It's my honor now that I share with you a few logistics that we have to follow. Wherever we are gathered, traditionally we have the culture to have respect. So this time is different from all the celebration we always have. We are celebrating, yes, a life well lived, but yet let's stay calm in respect of our founding father. We'll start with the first tent behind me. They'll be the first to come for board viewing. After board viewing, protocol will direct you where you have your refreshments. After the first tent, then we'll go tent by tent. As you are coming to view, please make sure that no cameras allowed, except those authorized cameras. No cell phones allowed. You are not allowed to take any picture. Choir and performers, please remain seated. Protocol and catering will take care of you. As for the community, after viewing, as you go outside the sports field, you'll be given your refreshment. But please do it in a very calm way. Our security officers will be there to direct you and make sure that we do it in an orderly way. I'll call upon for benediction Father Janice George of the Roman Catholic to come and give us a benediction.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony. I would like to once again acknowledge Honorable Rastos Tony, Minister of Urban and Rural Development and a representative of the Chief Mourner, and all the established protocols observed. As we are about to conclude this memorial service for the father of our nation, Dr. Sam Nujoma, before the prayer, dear Director of Ceremony, please allow me to apologize for something which was totally unexpected. To be honest, I was literally nervous when I came for the opening prayer. I felt like my heart is about to break. Do you know the reason? I feel like years later, God is answering the innocent prayer of a small boy, but totally a different way. While studying in schools, we all learn the history of our nation. Just like any other Indian child, me too was going through the history of India. And as I came closer to the struggles and challenges faced by the freedom fighters of India under the leadership of Mahatma Gandhi, the father of India, while leading the large nation to freedom. Several times I had the desire to see this old Madala face to face at least once in my life. But the fact is that when he was passed away, even my parents were not born. And I had to satisfy my desire by following his words and venerating his photos and statues. But years later, I am standing near by a similar leader champion, the father of a nation who gained freedom for all the people gathered here. My sisters and brothers, it's not a simple thing to pay homage to the father of our nation. It's a great privilege and unique opportunity which our future generations are going to lose. I wanted to say this at the beginning, but as I said, I couldn't, since I was so nervous to stand near to this legendary leader, Dr. Sam Nujoma. However, as we are about to close, let us not return empty-hearted, rather with a strong determination to continue to work for the dream that our founding father had about us. Thus, let us all be partakers in creating the future of Namibia. If possible, let us all stand for the concluding prayer. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as we come to the close of this memorial service, we offer our deepest gratitude for the life and legacy of Dr. Sam Nujoma. Thank you for the vision, courage, and determination that you granted him, which led to the freedom and independence that we as a nation now cherish. Lord, we acknowledge the sacrifices made by Dr. Nujoma and countless others in the pursuit of justice and liberty. His life stands as a testament to resilience, love for his people, and an unwavering commitment to the well-being of Namibia. We thank you for the gift of his leadership, and we celebrate the enduring impact he had on our lives and on the history of our nation. As we remember his contributions today, we ask that you continue to guide us in the spirit of unity and peace that he so diligently worked to establish. May we always honor his legacy by embracing the values of reconciliation, equality, and justice for all. Help us, Lord, to remain steadfast in our journey toward a brighter and more prosperous future, just as Dr. Nujoma envisioned. We pray for the strength and wisdom to carry forward the work that he began, ensuring that Namibia remains a beacon of hope, love, and unity in Africa and the world. May your peace reign in our hearts and in our land, and may we walk in the light of your grace and truth. In closing, Lord, we ask for your continued blessings upon the family of Dr. Sam Nujoma, the leaders of our nation, and all the people of Namibia. May we be united in purpose, inspired by the example of a true servant leader. We offer this prayer in your holy name. Amen. The Lord be with you. May Almighty God bless you, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
The body will lie in state For those that did not make it that time through the proceedings, those who are at home or coming from somewhere, they are free to come and view the body will lay in state. And I know the Catholic will be here. I'll be joining them until tomorrow morning. For those who are willing, please come and join us so that we bind farewell to our founding father. Before that, then, the first, the chief mourner, the one representing the chief mourner, Honorable Rasta Sultoni, will lead. Then that's how the front row will come up for the body viewing. May we now rise for the AU and the national anthem. It was an honor for this great opportunity. From me, Heather Sibungo, your Director of Ceremony, and my Co-Director of Ceremony, Mr. Alfred Ilukena, we sign off. May we be seated. Those songs. I know Roman has, Faith Apostolic has, SDA has those songs, and other churches. Please make sure you comfort us as people are coming for the viewing. Kwa pavilion ko mina banana kwa amulitere mukafiwana kwa ya mina muinefelo nako muino nako lukanika mi visa ape ya milianga nisize gimani.
Check it.
Protocol, I need protocol here to guide them. Where do they get their refreshments, please? Honorable Ricardo. Honorable Ricardo. Honorable Ricardo.
Well, then, of course, sights and scenes from the Katima Mulilo Sports Complex, where the latest regional memorial service is taking place, of course, actually coming to an end there as well. So what we know right now is that the viewing of the body has commenced, as you see, led, of course, by the the representative of the chief mourner, the Honorable Rastus Utone, Minister of Urban and Rural Development, there giving the keynote address on behalf of the chief mourner this morning. And then immediately after this, of course, once the viewing is done right now, the body will lay in state at the sports complex up until 6 o'clock in the morning, tomorrow morning, before it will be moved. But then again, like the Deputy Minister of Environment has said, please, everybody is invited that's here within the Zambezi region, close to the precinct, to be able to come through and then, of course, come and view the body. The standard procedures, of course, will apply. It will be under guard. There will be security throughout the evening. So anytime during the course of the night, you can, of course, come to the sports complex and then go and view the body of the founding father and pay your last respects there as well. I'm still joined by Colonel Silumbu, the head of public relations at the Ministry of Defense, just to give us some insight. Of course, he's been with us since we've started with the broadcast, and he'll carry us through up until the day where we will be laying the founding father to rest. An icon, a revolutionary. So much, of course, has happened over the last couple of days. One of the standing out items, of course, is that the United Nations Security Council has also recognized and had a moment of silence and paid tribute to the founding father. Of course, we know that the United Nations Security Council is the biggest multilateral agency within the body of the United Nations, and it was on request of Algeria. Now, it's very, very interesting in terms of the role that Algeria had played here and the fact that they are, in fact, the ones that had requested for this tribute at the United Nations Security Council. Now, if you can remember, right, during the memorial service and, of course, the eulogies that have been developed, that have been delivered by Honorable Ivula Itana, she had been mentioning on a number of occasions, of course, the role that Algeria's first Prime Minister, independent Algeria's first Prime Minister, Ahmed Ben Bella, had played in terms of assisting the founding father during the time he was heading into exile as well. So Algeria, of course, also one of those countries that still have very, very special ties to the liberation struggle, and them asking for that tribute and that moment of silence at the United Nations Security Council, as they are currently one of the alternate members, was, of course, something really, really to write home about, and is an indication of the magnitude and the stature of the man that Dr. Sam Shavishuna Nujoma was, particularly within the international fora. Well, of course, one of the things that we also know is that he was a staunch Pan-Africanist colonel, but he was also very, very close to the Defense Force. Of course, Commander-in-Chief of the People's Liberation Army, and immediately after that, of course, the Commander-in-Chief as the President of an independent republic. One of the most important things there is the commissioning of new officers. And we've seen that historically he has never delegated that authority to anybody else. He has always done it himself. Just chat to us a little bit about the significance of that for the army, and perhaps highlighting some of the commissionings that he had done during his presidency.
It is very simple that the founding president, he is the only person with authority to sign the Act of Commission. So that Act of Commission, there are very strict words that come out. And one of them is saying that this Act of Commission is given to you, or is given under my name, or under my hand and seal of the Republic of Namibia. And then he signed that Act of Commission. Now, as a commander-in-chief, he himself wanted to see who are those officers that he is going to give and shake hand when it's come to the Act of Commission. Now, he has commissioned so far, he has commissioned before he retired, he has commissioned 4 different commissioning courses. And these commissioning officers, the first commissioning course was in 1997. After the injection of young blood officers in the Namibian Defense Force, there was a selection done consisting of 76 officer cadets from the first intake, and all of them were just male. This course supposed to last for 1 year, but it was squeezed and it became a very intensive course. But at the end of the day, there were only 35 officers who made it to the graduation of the commissioning course. And I can remember some of those officers who were commissioned for the first time in Namibia, in the Namibian Defense Force, by Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. I can remember some of them. We had Second Lieutenant Elinanga. He hailed from Zambezi Region. He has progressed and excelled very well in the Namibian Defense Force. Today, he is a chief instructor at Namibia Command and Staff College. We also have Second Lieutenant Masule. Also, he hailed from Zambezi Region. Today, he has also progressed very well. We have also Second Lieutenant Mayubelo. He also excelled very well in the Namibian Defense Force. Then we also have Second Lieutenant Muchali. Today is a Lieutenant Colonel. We also have Second Lieutenant by then Numa. Today is a full colonel. He is the commandant of our Army Battle School. And as we're speaking today, he's also doing a course in India. So in short, these officers were some of the officers who were commissioned by the Commander-in-Chief in 1997, including also Second Lieutenant Nyambali, Second Lieutenant Orange. Today is a brigade commander at Air Defense Brigade. He will be the escort commander during this burial of our founding father on the 1st of March 2025.
100%. Thank you very much, Colonel, for just giving us that insight. As you know, of course, we've got quite a tight program that we are running until the 1st of March. This, of course, commenced already on Thursday with the regional the memorial services starting off in Etunda, moving on to Enana. We were in Rundu, of course, yesterday, and today dealt with Katima Mulilo. Tomorrow, there is going to be another major one, and I think that Defense Force will play quite a role there as the plane will be landing at the military base in Grootfontein. But just to give us a little bit more detail with regards to that, let's take a listen to the announcement from the Minister of Information and Communication Technology, providing us an update on tomorrow's activities.
Dear fellow Namibians, dear mourners, on behalf of the Government of the Republic of Namibia, I would like to sincerely thank and appreciate all the Namibian citizens for cooperating with the government and the Nujoma family in paying homage and bidding farewell to a national icon, our founding president, the late Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. We are currently halfway through our regional memorial services being conducted across the country. And I'm honored once again to share an update on the military route procession that will undertake as the remains of our founding president leaves Katima Mulilo in the Zambezi region and being flown to Grootfontein in the Njuba region for the memorial service to take place there. This is the following. After the memorial service has concluded in Zambezi and the remains of our founding president has laid in state at the Katima Mulilo Sports Stadium, it is expected that the following day, on the 24th of February 2025, the remains will proceed to the Mpacha Airport at 9 a.m., where it will be flown to the Grootfontein Air Base and scheduled to arrive at 11 a.m. This is the procession from the Grootfontein Air Base to the Umulunga Stadium, where the memorial service will happen. First, at 12 p.m., the remains will move from the Grootfontein Air Base to the D830 road. Thereafter, it will proceed to the Kavango Road, and then to the Sam Nujoma Street, and then finally, the last leg would be from the Sam Nujoma Street to the Umulunga Stadium. It is expected that the Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency President Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Chief Mourner will be represented by the Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Parliament of the Republic of Namibia. The memorial service is expected to start promptly as the remains arrive at the Mulunga Stadium around 12:30 p.m. And we urge once again for citizens to attend the memorial service and pay their final respects to His Excellency, the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafishuna Nujoma. May the revolutionary spirit of our president, our national icon, continue to rest in peace.
Well, there we have it at the Minister of Information and Communication Technology just informing us in terms of what the plans are for tomorrow's first early movements logistically. So the body will be moved at 9 o'clock, of course, from Mpacha, flying into the Grootfontein military base, where it's the headquarters of the Namibian Army. Colonel, just the significance of this, of course, we know the Commander-in-Chief is now coming to the base. You know, he's been received at the airports and at the civilian airports and heading out there. Talk to us a little bit just about the significance of him landing at the Army headquarters, and how will he be received there? Is there going to be anything different from the receptions at the other regional memorials?
There's nothing that is going to be different from what we have observed since day one. The only importance is that where he is going to be received, where there will be a band and the quarter guard, it is exactly at the same parade ground where he commissioned the Namibian Air Force in 2005. That is the most important point that I can bring out. Other than that, all the activities that are lined up, it's exactly what you have already seen at all the airports.
Well, thank you very much, Colonel, for being with us throughout this time. I think we're going to be back in studio again tomorrow.
Thank you very much to you.
Then we have it, of course, Colonel Petrus Shilumbu. He is the head of public relations at the Namibia Defence Force. And I think by the time I'm done with him at this end of this week, I should probably suitably qualify to also suit up as well with all the right information. But nonetheless, thank you very much, Namibia, for being diligent, being with us throughout this time. Don't forget, NBC Digital News is the platform where you can get the latest update on all our social media platforms. The latest addition to that, of course, is TikTok, where you can find short snippets of news information throughout the course of the day. We'll be back again tomorrow, bright and early, as we bring you that movement from the Mpacha Airport down to Grootfontein Military Base, and then, of course, the commencement of the memorial service for Njupa region starting at 2 o'clock. That's what we're expecting officially, but it could potentially also be a little bit earlier than that. We will make sure to bring you those details. So from me, Ricardo Klangosep, and the rest of the team here in Studio 2, and now teams in the field across the country, it's bye-bye.
Thank you.